Yeah, I know. I correct already. I mean, adjust that because it's different. Some people can have a calculator. They can use two decimals, and they do all the decimals that a calculator said until the end, and that
Yeah.
is a different result. So that is, in the next time, I'm going to put like a range. In which range of the value is this? So actually,
Yeah.
it's going to be better than that. But the rest, tell me, how is the lectures, how is the videos, how's the study guide, the G notes, how is everything?
I really appreciate like the practice questions because I know like what I have to look forward to and stuff. I feel like the homework is I feel like the lectures, I know there's no way to cut. It's so much material. Do you know what I mean? And it's so dense, and so it's just hard to follow sometimes. That's all. It's just to be honest, it's just hard to follow. But it's not that you're not doing a good job. It's just that it's a lot of
Oh,
information.
why is this? Okay, yeah, I know this is a super accelerate thing
Yeah,
because we should
yeah,
have
yeah,
twice a week and for 10 weeks, 6 weeks, right?
yeah,
So this one is just 3 weeks and every day from Monday to Saturday is expect to have this overload.
yeah.
Yeah, but I hope the material is dense but not boring, right? I hope
No,
so.
yeah, no, 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 no. Yeah, yeah. Oh my
Tell me, are
goodness.
you did you take a course before about the science of AMP anatomy before?
Yeah, so actually, I took a year of anatomy and physiology in high school, but that was so long ago. They didn't count it, and I definitely need a refresher from that
Oh, in high
time.
school, yeah. High school
Yeah,
is different, yeah.
yeah,
High
yeah,
school.
yeah. We did it for a whole year, and so we just had more time. You know what I mean? We just had a lot of time to go slow. That's all. But
Yeah,
I understand. Yeah,
yeah. Thank you for that, Bianca. So
yeah.
let's wait for the rest. One thing, do you read the forum general forum messages?
No, no,
Why? This is it's a way we communicate to each other.
yeah,
So please get used on that because it's not going to be only for this course, but the next courses as well. So you
okay,
must check your general forum because you can be surprised that we can have some emergencies, some situations. And for example, I don't like, well, it's not that I don't like it that way, but to freak out. So you was telling me you're freaking out because of the Moodle. And
yeah,
the Moodle was actually a reminder that like almost a month ago that this Saturday is going to be up to 8 a.m. Um,
you
the
know. But I
maintain
tried to get on at 1 o'clock, and so that's why I freaked out because I tried to get on at 1 o'clock, and I even got an email. I can send it to you
one
at
one
like
p.m. 1 a.m.
yeah, yeah, and it
1
said we're
Yeah,
upgrading, and it said to upgrade all of your things to update all of your systems. You need all of these updates for the new Moodle or whatever. And I started updating them, and it said no, Moodle can't be reached. We're still working on it. So that's why I
no,
freaked out.
yeah, no, 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 no. That word is really, I, it make me feel very, very nervous. Let's put it that
Yeah,
way. I don't want anybody to freak out, but definitely, whatever you do, whatever you are, homework assignment you send, never is going to be lost, ever.
yeah,
So don't worry about that. We are not military here. So we are fair and we understand things. So don't in the future, please don't get nervous because of situations because irresponsibility at the end of the instructor. And communication is important, right?
yeah.
So I communicate, for example, do you read the email from JG?
From JG?
JG, yes. You know what is JG?
No,
No, you don't know what is JG.
JG? No.
GG is where you find your grades.
Oh, no.
Okay, so I will take a note and I want you to contact you belong to Fresno, right? Or Concord.
Uh, no. I belong to
San Mateo?
uh,
No.
yeah, I belong to call it Concord. But the
Concord,
thing
yeah.
about that, yeah, yeah.
But the thing is what? You're going to change to San Mateo?
It depends on my job. Yeah, it depends on my job. So because they have me at a site in San Mateo, and so it just depends on if it's going to be better for traffic to do San Mateo and then Concord, or if it's just going to be better to just
Okay.
stay everything in San Mateo.
So we need to decide this when you're going to decide that, because we need to put you in the roster.
Yeah, I have to find out. I'll find out next Friday. I know.
That's right, because don't give it one day before, because in
Yeah,
order to change that, at least they need 5 days.
yeah,
Otherwise, it's going to be an issue for you.
yeah. I'll work on it this Sunday. I'll work
Okay.
on it this Sunday and try to get everything
Okay.
finalized and stuff. I'll
So
work on it tomorrow.
and actually, you need to contact your
Well,
who's
I already talked to them because I
who-
went to my orientation on Concord.
on Concord. So tell Concord that you don't have JG. Tell Concord
Yeah,
that you need to have access to JG. You told me you don't have access to JG, right?
yeah. I don't even know what that is. That's like so
No,
tiring.
JG. Okay, listen to this. No, 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 no. There is
Yeah.
two systems that we use in school. One is our platform LMS called Moodle,
Mhm.
where you have all the exams, all the lectures, everything. And the other
Mhm.
one is the JG. JG is a system that is created to make the student able to see their grades and attendance.
Mhm. Mhm.
That should be given from the very beginning of your admission.
Mhm.
So please just contact your Concord administration and ask them that you need to have access to GG as soon as possible.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, I will.
So don't miss that, because it's going to give you a lot of headaches. Okay, you want?
Oh, I'm so tired of those. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
I would say it's going to give you a headache of 1 minute versus a headache of 1 week. So let's you, just select what you prefer. Okay. Thank you, Miss Bianca. Miss
Thank you.
Alexis, hi. How are you?
And hi.
Yes. Hi. How are you? How are you
Good.
there?
Good.
Yeah,
How are
it's
you?
better to see face to face, right? Instead to.
Yeah, it
Excellent.
is.
Tell me, Alexis, how is the course so far?
The course is good. The lectures are long, but it's going good so far.
Yeah, the lectures are long. I know. Yeah, so 16 days that we do in 5 weeks.
Yeah. And then
Five,
for the final on May 30th, what time will that be at?
no, 10 weeks, huh?
For the final on May 30th?
Okay, so that is a good question. So because it's been programmed for Friday, right? Friday.
Mhm.
And Thursday is where we have our Super Thursday. It's a review for Thursday, right? So Friday, probably I'm going to give Friday until 11:59 p.m. I can change my mind. Probably, I don't know why I can change my mind, because I don't know what I'm doing. No, I know what I'm doing. So what happened is I can change because of the needs of the students. So if they tell me it's something urgent, some emergency or whatever, I, instead to give it to someone advantage to the other ones, I want to give to everybody. So that is the reason. Okay.
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 That's good to know.
So let's be alert with the. Do you check your Moodle of General Forum?
Um, I check Moodle every day. I don't know if I check the general cord.
You didn't do it. Okay. Do you check your email from Gurnik?
Yes.
Okay. You received the the what the reminder, right?
The reminder for what?
You didn't receive the reminder. I sent reminder for JG, for regular mail, and for Moodle. So I sent it for 3 different pathways.
Oh,
You you didn't. So you're not the only one, I'm sure. So how do you know we have review today?
oh, because I know that last Saturday and this Saturday is going to be a review, and then the finals on the 30th, which is a Friday.
Yes, yes. Okay, so let's get used a little bit to review our emails,
Mm-hmm.
because that is a big source of to prevent headaches. Okay. or surprises. So yeah, you're going to be a nurse. So we need to start actually doing things as a nurse, right? I'm not a nurse, by the way, but actually, yeah. But anyhow, I can tell because anyhow, I was working with a lot of nurses in the past. Okay. Okay. So where is everybody? So we have 3 more minutes to wait, and here's Miss Malu. Uh, Miss Alegria, you are belong to who? To whom? To whom? I mean, to where? To whom? To where? To
Yeah.
Fresno, San Mateo.
Oh, San Mateo.
Oh, so you're going to see Miss Malu here, huh?
Hmm.
And see, you're going to see me as well. So, yeah, we are going to plan to work together in the next few uh, no long years, I guess. So next years, okay. All right. So, any complaints? So, how is the homework? The homework I was having a little bit problem myself because um, there is questions that was I don't know what happened. I transcribed the homework, but totally different answers. I don't know why, but I changed that. I fixed that. Karina, hi, how are you? Thank you, Miss Alexis. Miss Karina, Jamali,
Hi.
can we see you? Yes,
Oh,
for a
yes. Sorry.
no, no. Why sorry? No, don't say sorry. No sorries. No sorries here. No, 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 no. Don't. I don't. No, it's not for you, huh? But everybody. I don't. People,
Hmm.
you know that people who say sorry, sorry, sorry all the time, is because these people are not sorry at all.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true, right? No, one time is okay. 2 times okay. So, Miss Karina, please tell me how is the course for you? How you look the course so far?
It's been good so far. The other day, I was actually gonna email you when the answers are wrong
Yeah,
because I was doing the math and I was like, "What's going on?" I was going crazy. I was like,
yeah. I'm so sorry. I didn't sleep that day. I went until 3 o'clock in the morning to go one by one to correct that. And
"Yeah,
you can say, right? Then you found out was correct, right?
yeah, yeah."
Yeah. So besides this, what else? How is are
Other
you
than
are you religiously following the PowerPoints videos or how
yeah,
are you doing?
for me, it's I'll have the YouTube open at the same time and the Word and PowerPoint, and I'll go back and forth from them all.
Oh, so you do you have access to my YouTube channel?
Hmm. So I'll have the YouTube channel and the PowerPoint open.
Do you subscribe? Do you subscribe?
And no, I was going to though.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Can do you put thumbs up?
Do I put on what? I'm sorry.
Thumbs up.
I'll do a thumbs up
My
on all your
God!
videos.
Oh my God! No, I cannot. No, no, you don't have to. But don't put me thumbs down. That's all.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So in general, so are you learning? Do you have experience in previous courses before of bioscience or AMP anatomy?
No, well, I'm a medical assistant, and I mean I took anatomy
Yeah.
about 6 years ago, so I have like 6 years experience.
So what do you think from your point of view of MA about the course?
There's actually a lot of stuff that I already knew, like some like the bottom parts, those like the terms, like those term assignments. So I do know a lot of those and the anatomy parts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. All right, so it's already 4 o'clock p.m. I want to ask you, everybody, so please, I was requesting to have communication between you guys. So if you have some mail, some text message, or some cell phone that you can share, like a room chat or chat room, please do it, okay? Because it's very important communication. Second, I want to know, and I'm going to send an email today, a reminder, and that's what I was asking. Please review, check your forum, general forum, check your email, because today I'm going to send a reminder to do your medical terminology. The medical terminology is at the bottom of your page, and so please, that is going to be due date Thursday, one day before the final exam, and that is part of the grading components. So please do it. So, Bianca, you were aware about that, the medical terminology?
Yes, I saw that one in the beginning, and I kind of started reading through some of it, but I haven't been keeping up
Yeah,
with it. But I know that we're supposed to know it.
yeah. We need to read it. We need to take the quiz. It's simple quizzes, I guess, 5 quiz or something like that. So just finish that, and that is part of the grade components. That is going to be due date Thursday, Thursday, the 29, 11:59 p.m. That is part of the grade components. So please, it's not difficult, but it's a little bit long. So that's why we need to do it on time. Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Bianca. Ms. Alexis, you was aware about the medical terminology?
Yes, I was.
Are you doing it?
Yeah, I am.
That's a girl. Very good. Thank you so much. Excellent, excellent. But read your forums, huh? Read your email, please, please.
I
Ms.
get an
Karina.
email notification.
Sorry, my dear.
I get an email notification.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Excellent, excellent. Miss Karina, same question.
Yeah,
Medical-
I'm almost done with mine.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. I like that. Miss Amanda, please. Thank you, Miss Karina. Miss Amanda.
Yes, I was aware. And then I just kind of started like skimming through what needs to get done.
Okay. Any quick comment about the course? How is the course doing so far for you?
I really like it. It's really organized. Like Karina, I'm also a medical assistant, so a lot of what we're doing now is pretty familiar.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right. So you know that we are recording this video review for if you want to see it. And the advantage of us attending here is that you can ask firsthand to your instructor, Ms. Malu, questions that need to be clarified, or you need to make it more elaborate to explain. Okay. I want to talk about Ms. Felicite. Ms. Felicite, please. Hi. How are you? Miss Felicite? I don't know if you're.
Sorry, I had you on mute. I'm good. Yourself?
Yeah, good, good. Tell me the same question. How is the course?
It's going good. I started the medical terminology a little bit late, but I'm getting
Time, do you have time? You
Yeah.
have still time. Yeah. And any problem with for everybody? Any problem with the system, or I mean, besides the module?
No,
Module was
besides
down. Besides the module
it
was
being
down.
down, no problems.
Okay, got it, got it. All right, so we have 2, 4, 5 students out of 13 students. And that is, I don't know, that is a mandatory. I send, you know what? I send email, the Gurnick email. I send a Moodle email. I send whatever. The only thing I need to do is just smoke signs, smoke, just to make everybody to see my smoke signs that you coming. We need to have review today is mandatory. So tell me one thing, you guys, all of you. If you don't come, if somebody is not coming, you're the teacher. If you're not coming to the review and you have a bad grade in your exam, so what, and this kind is coming to you and tell you know what, I don't learn anything or whatever. So that is not fair, right? So that's why we create this program and we create this course in order to know, and we know how to basically reach that level that you will need for AMP. That level is important. Why? Because otherwise we will be burning and crash and burning in the main core program. So please, thank you for you attending, and I will see you in the next. Okay. So here's Miss Malu. I want to welcome her. She's going to help you, and with his tremendous knowledge and actually her always attitude to help us. Okay, thank you so much. So we have those cuatro. Somebody left. Okay, dos, cuatro, seis, siete. Okay, ocho. We have ocho. All right. So thank you so much, Miss Malu. I going to let you take over, and everybody, welcome to Miss Malu, please.
None unless they still have questions for you. Anybody else has questions for Dr. G while we have him? It's not. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So I will
Thank
see you then, Miss Malu. Muchas gracias. I will be with my phone all the time. If there's
Okay.
any, let me know, please. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Will do.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, how's everybody doing?
Good.
Ruby, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm Oni.
Hi there, I'm good. How are you?
Okay. And Harleen. They're the ones who recently joined us. Harleen? Okay. I think you have your mic off. Yeah. Okay. So we normally have, we're supposed to have 14 students. We're still 8, so we still have 6 not signed up who didn't join us. But anyway, so far, how, like Dr. G was asking a few of you already, how has it been going for you?
It's been going good. It's a lot. It's very a lot of information at once,
Yeah.
but the videos help as long as you go along with the PowerPoint.
Yeah, it's well, you're on your home stretch, right? It's this is like your last week, and you have your quiz tonight, and then or later, and then you'll have the finals in a couple of days. Again, just as a reminder, please complete your medical terminology. If those who haven't started it, it's time to start. It's due Thursday. Okay. You guys know where that would be, right? Where you find it in Moodle?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so we'll just do quick a review of your lecture 7 to 12. That's a lot of materials, but I'll just give you pointers as we did last time. How do you call this? And then we'll do a quiz, sort of a quiz session at the end before we say call it a evening. So lecture 7, let me put that in. Okay, can you see the PowerPoint? I know you have those, but I just wanted something to follow here. Okay, so for this lecture 7, what do we need you to remember? The term cellular metabolism, the sum of all chemical reactions, both anabolic and catabolic reactions within the cell. Energy metabolism, that is the process that utilizes chemical energy trapped in food molecules to generate ATP. Okay, it occurs through cellular respiration, which occurs in the mitochondria of the cell. It involves the different cycles, which are your glycolysis, Krebs cycle, the electron transport chain, and this one will lead to the ATP production. So we can look at that briefly. A lot of slides, like you said. So again, ATP is like a rechargeable battery. It it uses using energy from our diet, carbohydrates and fats mostly. Once the PO4 is used, it becomes ADP, and then the whole cycle continues. It goes back to ATP and used again. I did mention cellular respiration. That's in the energy metabolism. So it's the process of cell catabolism in which cells turn food into usable energy in the form of ATP. So do you remember what are your macronutrients and what are your micronutrients? Can you give an example of your macronutrients?
Like our carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids.
Yes, very good. And your micronutrients would be your vitamins and minerals, okay? Just take a note of the nutrient processing. So in the next few slides, nutrient processing, you have ingestion, which is you taking your food and your drink. The digestion is the breakdown of the foods. And then this one, absorption. So absorption, it's the step that involves transferring nutrients from the GI tract into the bloodstream, okay? This occurs primarily in the small intestine, where nutrients like glucose, amino acid, fatty acid, vitamins, and minerals are absorbed by the epithelial cells of the intestinal lining. And then the absorbed nutrients are then transported to the bloodstream in various tissues and organs for utilization. So this is absorption. And then the other nutrient processing is distribution. And then you have, again, cellular metabolism here. And the last step for the nutrient processing is the waste elimination. It's a process of expelling or removing waste products from the body. So the body only uses what is really needed, what we need, and then the rest are eliminated. Macronutrients. So here, cellular respiration of macronutrients. That's whenever the body has a choice of which nutrients to use for energy. So the body prefers to use carbohydrates. So glucose is the preferred fuel for cells. So let's try. So I know you've answered this already, but it's this. These are just practice questions. It's worth going over and answering again. So which of the following steps in nutrient processing is not completed by the digestive system?
C.
distribution. Which system completes the which system completes this? The distribution.
The elimination.
C is the answer, but I was asking Imoni which system completes completes this process, this distribution.
Digestion.
The distribution is completed by the circulatory system. Because remember, if you let's go back. So distribution, this is the part that the nutrients are sent to the different parts of the body. So distribution again is the transport of the nutrients to the organ tissues, and this is done by the circulatory system. So everything else, you have ingestion, digestion, absorption, cell metabolism, and waste elimination. That is part of the digestive system. Distribution is done under the circulatory system. Okay. Combustion reactions involve I'm only your baby. Okay, thank you. Anybody has an answer for this one? So combustion, this reaction, it's a reaction of anything with oxygen. Okay. It's they involve, that's the answer, reaction of molecules with oxygen. So the slide 25. When a cell has a choice to use protein, fat, or glucose for fuel, what does it prefer?
Glucose.
Glucose. That's the first choice of the body. Which of the following is considered a micronutrient? Carbohydrate, protein, lipid, or vitamin?
D, vitamin.
Carbohydrates.
Vitamin. Okay. Micronutrient is, again, vitamin and minerals. Macronutrient is carbohydrate, protein, and your fat. Okay. And then using food molecules to produce ATPs inside tissue cells is referred to as what? Anybody?
Is it D?
D, yes. D, no.
Is glycolysis C?
No. So it's called cellular respiration. The process of converting the chemical energy of glucose or fat into the energy of ATP is called cellular respiration. Okay. Then, so here you have the chemical reactions that take place under cellular respiration. You have your glycolysis, your intermediate step, Krebs cycle, and your electron transport chain. So there is a summary of what happens in each step. So glycolysis, this is the only process that is, this is a process that is reversible. It takes place in the cytoplasm. One glucose is used, and what comes out are two pyruvates, and you have two ATPs that come out of glycolysis. And again, oxygen is not needed for glycolysis reaction to happen. In intermediate phase, this is irreversible. This happens in the mitochondria. Pyruvate is used, and the end product is acetyl-CoA. And you need oxygen for this process. Krebs cycle, it occurs in the mitochondria. So the acetyl-CoA, these are what how to call this, comes out of it, carbon dioxide, NADH, FADH, and it also yields 2 ATPs. Your electron transport cycle occurs in the mitochondria, and the end product is 34 ATPs. Okay. So just something to know. Which of the following steps in respiration of glucose is irreversible?
Glycolysis.
Now here, you have your question, your answer should be here. Glycolysis, production of pyruvate from glucose, production of glucose from pyruvate, or conversion of pyruvate into acetyl group.
C. Glycolysis.
D.
So irreversible, let's go back again. Okay. So here, glycolysis is reversible. The irreversible, which is the question, is the intermediate phase. And this is when pyruvate that's the one that's used, and the outcome is acetyl-CoA or group. So that is what is being asked of this. Which of the following process in glucose does not require oxygen? Glycolysis. A, glycolysis. So that's the one that doesn't need oxygen. Everything else, intermediate, Krebs cycle, electron transport, they need oxygen for it to occur. At the end of glycolysis, one glucose molecule yields
A. 2 ATP molecules.
2 ATPs, yes. So this is the outcome, okay? Glycolysis, 2 ATPs, your Krebs, 2 ATPs, that whole electron transport is 34 ATPs. And then pyruvate is the product of
glycolysis.
Glycolysis. Okay. And then you have aerobic is oxygen. Remember, it needs it's a process that needs oxygen. And anaerobic, no, it doesn't need oxygen. And then here, so lactic acid, that's in what cycle? It's a byproduct. And lactic acid is the one that causes muscle soreness when you exercise heavily. Okay. So I think it's let's try, hold on. Just trying to get the pointers out here. Do you guys have any questions on those three process of cell respiration? If not, we can do some more practice questions. When the animal cells do not receive adequate oxygen, they can use glucose anaerobically. Anaerobic respiration of glucose yields 2 ATPs, 17 ATPs, 4 or 38. The question is anaerobic, which is you don't need oxygen. So how many ATPs does an anaerobic process? 2. And which step is that?
Glycolysis.
Glycolysis, okay. So glycolysis 2, the 38 is the end product of the electron transport. Aerobic respiration of one glucose molecule can yield to
D.
38. So that's the whole process. Anaerobic respiration of glucose in muscle cells results in the production of
Lactic acid.
Lactic acid. And the byproduct of anaerobic respiration must be removed from cells, recycled, and turned back into glucose by the liver. The process is called
B.
Gluconeogenesis. Okay, very good. That was a homework. So that was that was your nutrient processing. For the digestive system, you have to remember there are two divisions: the alimental canal, or the GI tract, and then your accessory digestive organs. The digestive tract actually is a canal running from the mouth down to the anus. That's the tract. And then I had some notes from the previous class. This tract itself measures 28 to 30 feet. The food travels from the mouth down in about 24 to 36 hours. Okay. Your accessory digestive organs, they are organs that helps with digestion, but it's not part of the tract itself. So you have your tongue, your salivary glands, your pancreas, your liver, your gallbladder. The liver is an accessory organ responsible for producing bile for lipid digestion and absorption. Bile is stored and concentrated in the gallbladder and released in the small intestine when fat enters during digestion. Okay. So just see. So your this is already going down. Your small intestine is composed of the duodenum, the jejunum, and the ileum. Let me look for where the duodenum is. So the duodenum, it completes most of the digestion and absorption of macronutrients. Macro, again, carbohydrates, proteins, and fats. And then your jejunum, it continues the absorption of the macronutrients, but it completes the micronutrient absorption. So your micronutrient is vitamins and minerals. Also, iron is absorbed in the jejunum. And then your ileum is the concluding part of the small intestines, and it completes the absorption needed, and this leads to the large intestine. Here, so the pancreas is an accessory digestive organ. It's important because it secretes most of the digestive enzymes straight into the duodenum. So there are two functions: exocrine gland and the endocrine gland. So enzymes such as amylase, lipase, protease, they help or break down starches, the fats, and the digestion of the protein. So it's one of the important accessory digestive organ. Again, liver, it produces the bile. The bile is stored in the gallbladder. Your large intestine, the biggest role of the large intestine is the absorption of water and electrolytes from undigested food material. So this is where it happens, the large intestine. The large intestine is has the ascending colon, ascending, your transverse, and then your descending, or that means going down. So it also houses beneficial bacteria that aid in the fermentation and breakdown of undigested carbohydrates. Also, it harbors, again, the normal gut flora that produces vitamin K and biotin. So that's in the large intestine. And then you have then you have the rectum, which is the last portion of the intestinal tract. It serves to store the chyme leftovers, or basically the feces, before evacuation, and the term for that is defecation. So the feces accumulate in the rectum and becomes more solid, and then until a bowel movement occurs. And then the anus is the exit from the alimental canal. So that's the end portion of your digestive system. This one, it's a quick description of the functions of different parts of the digestive system. So it's just teeth, the role of the teeth. This is responsible for the grinding, the mushing of the food during the process of what we call mastication. So they break down the food into smaller particles, increasing the surface area for digestion. So remember, the mouth is the first part of the GI tract, and there you have your teeth. Chewing and grinding of food by the teeth is the initial mechanical breakdown of food. And the breakdown aids in the digestion and absorption in the system. Epiglottis, another, it's the trap door, belongs to both the respiratory system and the digestive system. Swallowing triggers its closing over the trachea to prevent food and fluids from draining or landing into your lungs. So it's the one that when you, because it's both, it serves both respiratory and digestive system. So when you're eating, the epiglottis closes the portion where it goes to the respiratory system. So when you eat, the food will go down to your digestive system. There are cases when you have what we say it went down the wrong pipe. You're eating and then you start coughing, and that means the food entered the respiratory system. When that happens, the epiglottis did not function properly at that point. So again, it directs the food into the esophagus, ensuring that it goes down the correct pathway. And then these are other just FYIs that you just look at, need to review. Liver, accessory organ, it secretes the bile. The gallbladder is the storage area for the bile. And then the common bile duct, it's the passageway. And appendix, it's a accessory structure. It doesn't really have how do you call this, a whole function in the digestive system, but you hear about the appendix when you have infections, appendicitis and all those things. And then you have your salivary glands, the tongue, esophagus, that's the muscular canal from the pharynx to the stomach, stomach, and then the portion here, duodenum, jejunum, ileum are your small intestines, and then so on. So just something to review again. Which of the following organs belongs with the digestive system but is not a part of the alimental canal?
C, the gallbladder.
Yes, thank you. Which of the following is not a function of the stomach? So we can just do a process of elimination. Does the stomach store the bolus? Or this is the food that is chopped down? True or false?
False.
No, that's true. It stores the bolus. It produces the hydrochloric acid. It churns the bolus and mixes it with the gastric juice. It produces your intrinsic factor. What it does not do is digest and absorb most carbohydrates and fats. This is done in the duodenum, or part of the small intestine. Okay. Most water and electrolytes are absorbed where?
In the jejunum.
Most water and electrolytes are absorbed in your colon, or what we call the large intestine. Okay. The bile necessary for digestion and absorption of lipids is produced where?
And the liver.
Okay, thank you, Ruby. The sphincter that controls the rate of passing of the chyme from the stomach into the duodenum is called?
Is it D?
We're talking about sphincters, or it's like a sort of like a
B.
pyloric sphincter. So sphincters are like like again, like the epiglottis, they're like trapdoors. They provide a passageway. So the pyloric is located between the stomach and the duodenum. C6, the role of the appendix in the digestive tract is what?
D.
D, none. It does not have a digestive function. The appendix actually is also is a lymphatic organ. The role of the villi in the small intestine is
A.
A, to increase the surface area of the small intestine. Okay. And the accessory digestive organs do not include
The kidneys.
the kidneys. Okay. So your accessory organs again: liver, gallbladder, pancreas, salivary glands. Okay. So that is the lecture 7. Any questions? Just trying to see. Okay. How many do we have? Welcome, Maiha. And Maiha, are you there? Maiha, you're logged in, but I can't see you. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Let's go to lecture 8. Lecture 8 was kind of short because in the classes that we gave, lecture 8 was fell under midterm, so it's a shorter lecture. And then after this, you can have a short break. Oh shoot, hold on. Come on. Window. Okay. So what do you need to know in lecture 8? So here, so for lipids to be used as energy, aerobic respiration of lipids or fat catabolism, the most common type of fat is triglyceride, TG, triglyceride. Your triglyceride is made up of 3 fatty acids plus 1 glycerol. This is the most common fat found in the human body and in dietary sources. And triglycerides serve as a storage form of energy, and they play a role in insulation and protection of organs. Okay. And then, and how do you get energy from fats? You have the process of hydrolysis. So triglycerides, fatty acids. This is done by separating fatty acids from glycerol. And then you have beta oxidation. This is fatty acids are broken down into the acetyl group. Beta oxidation, the process occurs in the mitochondria and involves a series of enzymatic reactions. The acetyl groups derived from the fatty acids enters the citric acid cycle to generate the ATP through oxidative phosphorylation. So that's how energy got taken from beta oxidation. Then you have fat metabolism. So here, fat, so the fat, when it's used for energy, it's only done in the presence of oxygen or an aerobic process. You cannot turn fat into glucose or proteins. So all the extra fat that does not get used for ATPs gets stored in fat cells, or what we call adipocytes. So it just remember, fat, it's only it can be energy with the process of oxygen. You cannot turn fat into glucose or proteins. Fatty acids can be broken into acetyl groups by which process? Hydrolysis, beta oxidation, glycolysis, lipolysis, or Krebs cycle.
Is it A?
Yeah. No, not A.
C.
No.
B.
So we are B, beta oxidation. So just go back to this hey. So here. Okay. So beta oxidation is fatty acids to acetyl-CoA. That's the process. Hydrolysis is triglycerides into fatty acids. Which of the following is not true about the fats, about the use of fats for energy? So let's just do one by one, true or false. Fats can be used only aerobically, true or false?
True.
True, okay. Using fat for energy yields more ATPs than using glucose for energy.
True.
Okay. Fat can be turned into glucose in case of hypoglycemia.
False.
That's actually true. Oh, I'm sorry, false. That's true. Sorry, false. Fat is broken up into acetyl groups which undergo Krebs cycle and electron transport cycle.
True.
True. And then excess fat remains unused and stored in adipocytes.
True.
True. Okay. Yeah. So the false one is turning it into glucose. And when using fat for energy, animal cells produce what?
Is it A?
B.
A. Carbon dioxide and water. It's in one of those. Okay. And then you have your for protein catabolism. So your functions for protein: hormones, enzymes, antibodies, receptors, transporters, clotting factors. None of the function of protein is not used by the body for fuel. Okay. The process of deamination. So this one, so the how do you call this? the body. Okay, we'll use the amino acid, and it turns into a keto acid, which then can be turned into pyruvate or acetyl group. The process for this, where there is a waste molecule that is called ammonia, is called the process of deamination. So deamination produces ammonia. Ammonia then is okay. So the ammonia then it's like a waste product, and the liver is the one that absorbs the ammonia, but it makes urea out of the ammonia, because ammonia is not good for the body. It's a waste product. So the liver creates or absorbs the ammonia, creating urea, but then the kidney is the one that eliminates the urea from the body. Gluconeogenesis is the process of converting amino acids into glucose. This occurs again in the liver and to a lesser extent in the kidneys. This helps maintain the blood glucose levels during periods of fasting or carbohydrate restrictions. So gluconeogenesis, making glucose from amino acids. The primary purpose of dietary protein is what? Anybody?
A.
Primary diet. The primary purpose of dietary protein is to provide amino acids to make new protein. So if we go back here, the amino acids, so this is for protein. Amino acids are meant to be used for making new proteins. When amino acids get deaminated, the immediate product is
B.
keto acids. Deamination of amino acid yields the metabolic waste product called
Ammonia.
ammonia. Okay. So, like here it says ammonia is excreted. So ammonia as a waste product, it goes to the liver. The liver is the body's detox center, then which turns the toxins and metabolites into excretable form. The excretable form is what we call urea. Once urea is formed, it is sent to the kidneys for excretion. If the liver fails, or if you have hepatic failure, ammonia accumulates, and this is called hyperammonemia. So if there's a liver failure, the levels of ammonia just increases. And there's an increased level of ammonia in the bloodstream. Increased ammonia levels can also result in what we call hepatic encephalopathy, a condition characterized by neurological symptoms. The kidneys, if the kidneys fail during renal failure, the urea accumulates, and this is called hyperuremia. Which of the following is not true about amino acid catabolism or breakdown? So we'll just do one by one. The amination of amino acid yields ammonia. Is this true or false?
True.
True.
True. Ammonia is excreted by the kidneys.
False.
Where is it excreted? Or
The
what?
liver.
Or yeah, excreted. Or ammonia is in the liver, and then ammonia is converted into urea by the liver. True. Urea is eliminated in the urine by the kidneys. So that's true. The false is the B. Which of the following is not true?
A.
No. Any other answer?
Is
B.
Is it C?
C. Hyperammonemia is indication of poor kidney function. That is not true. What does it indicate? Hyperammonemia.
Poor liver function.
the liver
Function.
damage.
So yes. So ammonia cannot be excreted as is. Remember, when you have the waste product ammonia, the liver converts ammonia into urea. And urea is the one that is excreted by the body. Okay. And if the liver function does not function, yes, ammonia accumulates. Hyperuremia may result from renal failure. And then you have urinary system.
So the liver makes the ammonia, but the kidneys turn it into urea, right?
No, the ammonia makes the liver is where the ammonia is converted to urea.
Okay.
And then urea is excreted by
By
the
the kidneys.
kidney. Okay, so ammonia itself is not expelled by the body. From ammonia to urea, which is done in the liver, and then urea is the byproduct, and it's the kidney that excretes it. For urinary system, it's just a quick one: system that produces, stores, and eliminates the urine. Okay. What's important here? Renal cortex. If you, it's the the renal cortex. That is the outer part of the kidney. Renal medulla, middle part of the kidney, and then renal pelvis, where urine is drained from the kidney into the ureter. Nephrons are the smallest functional units of the kidneys. The nephrons are the ones that actually do the job of filtering the blood. You have these are disorders. The outermost part of the kidney is called what?
C.
Renal cortex. The urine is drained from each kidney via what?
C.
Ureters. That's what urethra is, the opening actually where it passes, but the passageway is the ureters. The smallest functional unit of the kidney and that filters the blood and produces urine is
A.
nephron. The filtration of blood in the nephron happens where?
A.
Bowman's capsule. Very good. Thank you. And then just here, the filtrate enters the nephron. This is the correct flow of the filtrate. So it's from proximal convoluted tubule to your loop of Henle to the distal convoluted tubule collecting duct. So this is slide 34 if you want to review it. Which of the following molecules cannot pass from glomerulus into the nephron, therefore must not be found in the urine?
Proteins.
Proteins are very large particles, so they are not supposed to be passed out in the urine. Which of the following of the urinary system involves inflammation of the urinary bladder with frequent and painful urination?
A.
Any other?
C.
Yeah, cystitis. So just something to remember, if you see the word like inflammation and you see itis, itis is inflammation. Okay. Any questions? If not, you can have a, can give you a 10. Maiha, are you in? Can you turn on your mic or can I see you?
I'm in. I just got off work.
Okay, so you're traveling?
Yes.
Okay, be careful.
Thank you.
Okay, let me give you guys, it's 5:05. Be back at 15-minute break, 5:20. It's 5:20 your time, okay? Thank you. Oh, sorry, I haven't fed you. I'll feed you. Okay. Sorry. I'll feed you. Come on. You want to say good morning to daddy? Come on. I will feed you.
Here, for me.
I don't think so.
Do you think we'll be on till 9 tonight, Professor?
Hey, are we back?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure. Maya, you back? You're on. You're not driving anymore. Still not there. Felicite. Is it Felicite? Mariah,
Yeah, I'm back.
you're back. Amanda.
Yes.
Okay. Harleen. Harleen. Imoni. Are you guys back?
I'm back.
Alexis.
Yes.
Bianca.
Present.
Okay. And I see Harleen. Okay. Okay. I think we lost. I lost again Maya. Okay. Let's go to lecture 9 quickly. Okay. So what do you need to know in lecture 9? So this again are just the summaries of glycolysis, Krebs cycle, acetyl-CoA. So again, energy metabolism, the process that utilizes the chemical energy that is from the food molecules. And this one is the one that generates the ATPs that we need. So every day, our body, or no matter what you're doing, the body needs the energy because your heart beats, your breathing. So constantly, your body needs energy and it or food to produce the ATPs so that we have energy. So this one is glycogenesis, conversion and store of glucose as glycogen in the liver and the skeletal muscles. Here for every pound of glycogen that we retain. If for every pound of glycogen, the body retains 4 pounds of water due to water molecules being trapped in the branches of glycogen. So for an average, we can store up to 2 pounds of glycogen. So 2 pounds of glycogen, that's plus 8 pounds of water. There's 10 pounds lean weight, meaning fat-free, that is in the body. So for here, for the surplus or the over, if the body has a lot of glucose, what happens first? Of course, it's used as as ATP or energy. Glucose, once the body uses what it needs as ATP, it is stored as glycogen. When it's stored as glycogen, like we said, it's 2 pounds total of glycogen and 8 pounds of water. And then once these are used up, like it's needed, the necessity is used, ATPs, glycogen, then glucose is stored as fat. There is no limit to the fat storage in the body. For fat, if there's a surplus of fat, again, ATPs it's used as ATP in the process of beta oxygenation. And then once the body uses what it's needed, it's stored as fat in the adipose. For proteins, the surplus of proteins are used to create more proteins. So it's for building, and then also it's also for keto acids where so proteins are for building and keto acids. Again, it's used as ATPs, and then it can be used as fat, and then glucogenesis. I'm sorry. Amino acids or proteins are never stored. When you eat too much carbohydrates, what happens? So we'll just go each one. When you eat too much carbohydrates, do you produce more ATPs? Yes or no? True or false?
False.
False. The body only creates or uses enough ATPs that it needs at that moment. Can you store carbohydrates as glycogen?
False.
True. So the false one here is the producing more ATPs. But carbohydrates, when you have more than what you need, you can store some as glycogen. You can convert it into fat. You can turn extra glucose into amino acids. Some excess glucose can be turned to glycogen. The limit of glycogen storage is
2 pounds.
2 pounds. So glycogen, the limit is 2 pounds, and 8 pounds is water for a total of 10 pounds. After glycogen stores are built to their maximum, excess glucose is converted into
Fats.
fats. And then excess dietary fat is turned into glucose, turned into glycogen, turned into protein, or stored as is.
Stored as is.
Pardon
B.
me? Somebody else was answering. What was that?
D.
So excess dietary fat, is stored as is. Tissue cells can do the following with excess amino acid, except so amino acid, protein, when you have excess.
Okay, store for later.
Yes, so protein cannot be stored. The primary purpose of dietary protein is
C.
yes, it provides amino acids as the building blocks for making new proteins. When amino acids are used for purposes other than building proteins, so building proteins is the primary purpose, the following are true except
C.
no.
A.
No. It's keto acids are excreted as a metabolic waste. Remember the protein, the deamination where it ammonia is the waste product, and then ammonia goes to the liver. The liver makes it into urea and it's excreted by the kidneys. So keto acids per se are not excreted as metabolic waste. It goes through the process of deamination, and then deamination, it becomes ammonia, urea, and then that's the only time it is excreted. So for nutrient deficit, just remember the cortisol and the leptin. These are two hormones. Sorry. This is just food for thought. When you starve yourself, your cortisol the cortisol goes up and leptin goes down. Which of the following does not happen during nutrient deprivation or fasting?
B.
I just mentioned that earlier. So when you are fasting or you don't have an starving or do not have enough, your cortisol level increases, yes. The leptin level decreases. In the first 5 to 7 days of a very low calorie diet, it is typical to lose about 10 pounds of weight. What is the composition of the weight loss?
C.
C.
Okay. And then the state of ketosis indicates that
Is it C?
D.
D, all of the above. So ketosis, this is where it is. Slide 35. State when ketones are found in the blood and the urine. Glycogen stores are already depleted. The fat stores are being broken down. And then you have the ketones. Tissues that cannot use ketones as the sole source of energy and must use glucose is
B.
C, the brain. So again, that is in slide 36. When carbohydrates are unavailable and glycogen stores are depleted, this is used as the source of glucose. So muscle protein when all is gone. Okay. What do you need? Dieting. This talked about. There's something he pointed out. So for here, the Atkins diet, low carbohydrate, high fat and protein diet. So this one, the initial weight loss for the Atkins diet is due to the loss of the glycogen. And then the glycogen is the storage form of glucose in the body, primarily stored in the liver and muscles. When your carbohydrate intake is restricted, the glycogen stores are depleted, leading to a decrease in body weight. So usually you lose the pounds, and that's from the glycogen being gone. Ornish diet. What's important to remember here is your the terms such as basic metabolic rate, amount of energy necessary to sustain the basic function of the body to keep it alive. What is what is a balanced diet? So we always hear about different diets. I have tried different diets. Some of it don't work, but the best really diet that anybody can do is what we call the balanced diet. Balanced diet has 50% of total calories from carbohydrates, 30% of total calories from fat, and 20% of calories from protein. So again, balanced diet, 50% carbohydrate, 30% fat, and 20% protein. The BMR, or basic metabolic rate, does not depend on which one?
Is it D?
Activity level. So BMR based on weight, height, gender, age. A balanced diet is the one that has the following breakdown.
D.
Pardon me?
D.
So it's D, 50% carbohydrate, 30% fat, and 20% protein. And then here, this is another thing that you need to remember, the caloric values of macronutrients. So carbohydrate, it's 4 kilocalories per gram. Proteins is 4 kilocalories per gram. Fats, 9 kilocalories per gram. Alcohol, 7 kilocalories per gram. Water is 0. So remember the balanced diet numbers, 50, 30, 20. And then this one, the caloric values, 4 kilocalories again for carbohydrate, 4 for proteins, 9 from fats, alcohol has 7, and water has 0. Or just things to read. Okay. Then you have the nervous system. Nervous system, what you need to remember here is, okay. So nervous system has 2 divisions, central nervous system. Central nervous system has your brain and the spinal cord. The peripheral nervous system has all the other nerves and the branches. The neurons, so both are composed of neurons. And the neurons are responsible for transmitting the electrical impulses called action potential in the nervous system. The neurons are specialized cells that receive, they process, they transmit information through electrical and chemical signals. The neurons are also the building blocks of the nervous system. Again, it's enabling the communication between the different parts of the body. So your This is lecture 9. Lecture 10 also has some components of the nervous system. So a few of this we will touch again later. Central nervous system. Then you have, so these are part of your nervous system, central nervous system, peripheral nervous system. You have under peripheral, you have sensory, afferent, and motor efferent. Those are, again, things to remember. I have to make it sensory, somatic, and visceral sensory nerve fibers. It conducts impulses from receptors to the central nervous system. Your motor efferent is motor nerve fibers. It conducts impulses from the central nervous system to the effectors, or your muscles and your glands. Okay. Then you have your autonomic nervous system and your somatic nervous system. And then you have the sympathetic division, which is your, this is the fight or flight response in stressful or emergency situations. Your parasympathetic division, this is when your body is at rest, or it's just it's conserving energy. So slide 76. So again, neurons, there are two: sensory, motor, sensory, afferent. Okay, this is from the organs to the central nervous system. So they receive information. Sensory, afferent receives information. Your motor or your efferent neurons, it comes from the certain central nervous system to the organs, or it commands, or it's the action. It creates the action needed. Here you have parts of the neuron, your dendrites, your body, your axon. So the dendrites picks up impulses from sensory organs to the next neuron. Your body contains the nucleus, and then your axon carries the action potential to the following neurons or other organs. Anything else here? So here, slide 88, this is just what happens to the organs during, if it's with the parasympathetic nervous system or your sympathetic. Again, sympathetic, fight or flight. So in cases of emergency, things like that, and parasympathetic is body is at rest. So here, which of the following types of neuron picks up the action potential from sensory organs and carries information toward the brain? Is it afferent, motor, efferent, somatic, or interneuron? I think your mic is off. Not sure who's talking. Is it Felicite? Are you talking?
No.
No? Okay, I thought. So which neuron picks up the action from the sensory organs and carries it to the brain?
Is it motor?
Okay. It's
Afferent.
Autonomic.
afferent or sensory is the one that carries it from your sensory organ to the brain. The motor and afferent are the same, and this is the one from the brain down to the organs again. Which of the following parts of the neuron contains the nucleus? Is it the dendrite, the axon, the soma?
C.
C, it's the soma. Okay. Which of the following is an effect of the sympathetic nervous stimulation?
B.
Pupils dilating. Everything else is parasympathetic. Which of the following belongs in the peripheral nervous system?
Is it A?
D.
Sciatic nerve. Remember, the central nervous system, brain and spinal cord. The peripheral nervous system is every other nerve in the body. Okay, so the C, sciatic nerve. And then let me go with this. Anything else? Oh, we didn't do. Just a remind. 83 neurotransmitters is the language the cells use to talk to each other. They are chemical messengers that transmit signals across the synapses, the junction between the neurons, and they play a crucial role in various functions of the nervous system, including sensory perception, motor control, emotional regulation. Anything else? 9. Okay. So for lecture 10, which is enzymes. What are enzymes? They are proteins inside and outside of the cells. They catalyze chemical reactions of other substances without being destroyed or altered. Okay. So enzymes is a protein. It catalyzes chemical reactions without being destroyed or altered. The enzymes, they speed up metabolism or the chemical reactions in the body. Sometimes enzymes are also known as catalysts. So here, catalyst, enzyme, again, agent that speeds up chemical reactions without participating in it, without being changed at the end of the reaction. Need to remember the terms. Binding site, it's where enzyme substrate complex that's where they bind. This one is a binding site where substrates attach to the enzyme. So these are your substrates, and this will attach to the enzyme in the binding site. Your active site is where the reactions occur. Okay. Then you have so enzymes, we'll go back to the practice questions shortly. The enzymes, these are usually they end with the letters ASE or ACE. So some you will hear examples would be lipase. Those are enzymes. Where did that go? The part of the enzyme where reactants attach is called binding site. Which of the following is not true about the enzymes? So we'll just go, all enzymes catalyze reactions going only one way. Is this true or false?
True.
So here, enzymes, they go both ways. So that's false. That's slide number 4. The active site of the enzyme is the place where a chemical bond gets broken or formed, or there is a reaction. Is that true or false?
True.
True, active site. Enzymes speed up chemical reactions without participating in them. True or false?
True.
True.
An enzyme undergoes a conformational change upon the completion of a reaction. True or false?
True.
Okay. Enzymes usually catalyze a reaction only for specific substrates because of the specific shape of
C.
So the enzymes usually catalyze, because remember the, where did that go? Sorry, it's in here. So the enzymes, they have to fit in, or they have to latch into the binding site so that there would be a reaction that would occur. So if you look at it again, the shape of your has to like match, and that's where they latch, and that's where then the reaction happens once in the active site, once it's latched or they're in place. Other things. Oh, this one, cofactor. So here, coenzymes and cofactors. They are enzymatic helpers that they are helpers. A coenzyme is are often the vitamins. So anything vitamins B, which includes thiamine, riboflavin, niacin, and then you have your vitamin C. These are what you call the coenzymes. They are non-protein. The cofactors are they are inorganic molecules, typically minerals. And then this one, there was a question here. Which of the following is a cofactor for an enzyme that copies DNA? The response is really magnesium. It's a required cofactor for DNA polymers. So it's not even this. And then for which of the following is not true about coenzymes and cofactors? Coenzymes are derived from vitamins, true or false?
True.
True. Cofactors are recycled and reused by the body. That's true. Coenzymes and cofactors must be ingested in large amounts for the enzymes to have enough. Is this true or false?
Is it false?
False. Remember, coenzymes are your vitamins. Vitamins are your micronutrients. Micronutrients you do not need a large amount in the body. And that's it. My vitamins and minerals belong in the category of micronutrients. Denaturation, irreversible changes in the 3D shape of the protein that leads to its physical and chemical property loss and the loss of the protein's function. So denaturation causes or what occurs. What are the factors that causes denaturation? Extreme pH, high temperature, high pressure, physical stress, high concentration of ions. Factors that influences the enzyme activities, the concentration of the substrates, the concentration of coenzymes and cofactors. Temperature plays a big part. pH of the solution. So what is pH? Indicates how acidic or alkaline a solution is. So if you look at, sorry. So your pH scale is from 0 to 14. What's the normal value? pH of 7. And that's what water is. So anything below 7, 6 to 0, it's acidic. And then anything that's higher, 8 to 14, is alkaline. Okay. So acidic pH samples are your stomach acid, hydrochloric acid, Alkaline, it's small intestines. Again, anything below 7 is acidic, and then over 7 is alkaline or base. So which of the following is not true about the pH scale? Here, it's the solution that has a high concentration of hydrogen proteins will have a high pH number. That's the one that's not true. Here to remember the chemical reactions under enzymes, inhibition. Enzyme inhibition, it's means to stop or to slow down. And there are 3 steps: feedback inhibition, competitive inhibition, no competitive inhibition. This is a summary of this or a comparison. So this would be good to know. Competitive inhibition, the molecule temporarily occupies the binding site. Here, for non-competitive, does not care about the binding site. So slide 39, something just you can review and get to know again. For here, and then see, like I mentioned earlier, lecture 10 also has some component of the nervous system. So nervous system, you have central nervous system, peripheral nervous system, central nervous system, brain, spinal cord, peripheral, everything else, the nerves and their branches. What we need here is, okay. Brain. Okay, here. So the brain stem, I'm just gonna go over what you just need to remember. Medulla oblongata. Medulla oblongata. This contains the centers for controlling vital functions, including blood pressure and heart rate. This is located at the base of the brainstem, connecting the spinal cord to the brain. So medulla oblongata, it has two centers. Your vasomotor center, which is to control blood pressure and heart rate. The respiratory control center, it's where your cough and your vomit reflex center is located. Your The hypothalamus is another important thing to remember. It's the homeostatic center control. It's the center of communication between the central nervous system and the endocrine system. The hypothalamus connects to the pituitary gland. Pituitary gland is considered as the master gland. Okay, so it's involved in regulating your body temperature, your hunger, thirst, sleep-wake cycles, and hormone secretion. It serves as the link between the nervous system and the endocrine system, coordinating various physiological processes. The hypothalamus is located at the base of the brain below the thalamus. This is different. The cerebellum, it's the small brain or hindbrain located at the back of the head. It has two sides, hemispheres, the right and the left. And what separates it, it's called vermis. The function of the cerebellum is coordinating voluntary muscle movements and maintaining balance and posture. So any damage to the cerebellum will cause motor coordination problems. Here, we can just do a quick. Just so you remember. The center of control for heart rate, blood pressure, respiratory rate is
B.
which part of the brain? Was that Karina? What was that?
I said B.
Yes.
Medulla.
Medulla oblongata. B. The center for homeostatic control of most body functions, including body temperature, is
E.
Thank you, Imoni. Hypothalamus. The center of control for body movement, posture, coordination is
D.
cerebellum. Thank you. The part of the brain that controls the cough reflex, the vomit reflex is
C.
The cough reflex, the vomit reflex is also under the medulla oblongata. And the part of the brain that belongs in the diencephalon is the hypothalamus.
E.
Yeah, hypothalamus. Okay. The cerebrum is the largest part of the brain. It also has two sides, hemispheres, right and left. And then this one is divided by the longitudinal fissure. You have the limbic system here, which is compromised with the hippocampus, amygdala, and the reticular activating system. Your hippocampus is responsible for learning and memory function. Your amygdala is responsible for emotions and emotional responses. And your reticular articular system, activating system, is responsible for wakefulness, alertness, and ability to focus. Okay. The largest part of the brain in humans responsible for conscious thought, decision making, information processing is, I just mentioned it. E, cerebrum, thank you. Part of the limbic system responsible for learning and memory function is, so if you go back here, learning and memory is hippocampus, okay? The part of the limbic system responsible for wakefulness and alertness is, reticular, I also get, it's the reticular activating system. And then your, the outermost part of the brain that consists of gray and unmyelinated neurons is, it's the cerebral cortex. And that's the next slide. And then the part of the limbic system responsible for emotions is your amygdala. Your cerebral cortex, here to remember, are your frontal lobes. There are four frontal lobes. There are four lobes in the cerebral cortex: the frontal, the parietal, the occipital, and the temporal. The frontal lobe is the motor. It's the motor area. Frontal motor. The parietal is the sensory area. Occipital, occiput, it's the vision. And your temporal is your auditory. So 4 frontal lobes in the cerebral cortex. Here more. Neurotransmitters are molecules used for the communication between neurons and the effector organs. Epinephrine or adrenaline stimulates the brain activity, focusing, sense of alertness. Dopamine, it produces a sense of pleasure and reward. Serotonin produces sense of calmness, peace, happiness. GABA suppresses activity of neurons and slows down action potential. It suppresses CNS activity. Endorphins, they slow down brain activity and reduces the perception of pain. Anything else? And this is my okay, so that is finishing lecture 10. Who am I missing? No, I think Myra is not in the class. Maiha. Okay. How's everybody doing? I know this, some of you may not, this is a review, but it needs to be done. So my apologies. Hopefully I'm not putting you to sleep. We're almost there.
I think it's helpful that we all just know what to focus on, even though it's tiring. But we really appreciate you. I don't think I would have done half as well as I did last time if I didn't, have you do the review with me. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Bianca. I appreciate that. Okay, so the next one is I just have too many notes, so I have to go back and forth with all the papers in front of me. So here, what is important here? 11. Just give me a minute. So for here, 11, DNA. So just remember the properties of DNA. It replicates itself. There's direct synthesis of proteins, mutation, or spontaneously changes. It stores information. So 4 properties of DNA. Histones is the one that holds together, or how do you call this? It's an amino acid, but it kind of holds together the DNA. It's the structural support for the chromosome. It helps control the activities of the genes. Cell division, the process by which the cell divides to form 2 daughter cells, each of which contains the same genetic material as the original cell and roughly half of its cytoplasm. So you have, and then the gene is a distinct portion of the cell's DNA. Here, which of the following is the property of the DNA? Can it replicate itself, true or false?
True.
That's true.
It can mutate.
True.
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 It can direct synthesis of proteins.
True.
True.
It can store information.
True.
True.
So that's all of the above. Which of the following is not true about DNA organization in the nucleus? DNA double strands are wound into helices, true or false?
True.
True. So DNA, remember, double strands. The doubled helices are wrapped around proteins called histones, true or false?
False.
No, this is true. Histones is the one, it's a protein that is wrapped around the DNA. It holds together. The DNA strands wrapped around histones make up chromatin fibers.
False.
That's true. And the human DNA is broken up into 46 genes, true or false?
False.
False.
False. So the body, or it has 46 chromosomes, but it has about 24,000 genes. And then you have DNA replication, process of copying all the cell's genes to make a duplicate in the entire DNA library. Okay. Centromere, central part of the chromosome, which contains many valuable genes. So the centromere is the center. The telomeres are the end portion of the chromosomes. And as it goes through cell division, or as we grow older, or we are stressed, the end parts get shorter and shorter. So the shorter the telomeres, the more aging is seen. Okay. So it's not good to be stressed because it shortens up the telomeres. What else? I'm just checking. Under cell division, you have the mitotic. You have mitotic phase. You have mitosis, which has the prophase, the metaphase, anaphase, telophase. You have cytokinesis. You have interphase under cell division. There's a summary here that maybe it's just best to. Or hold on, I know there was a. Let me just look at that picture again. So for those 4 stages, prophase, the centrioles replicate and create the 2 opposite poles. The anaphase, the centromeres of the chromosomes replicate. The spindle fibers pull the nuclear membrane apart, and then your metaphase, it's the chromosomes are aligned on the equatorial phase. Your telophase, there are 2 new nuclei formed. Looking for the I thought there was a summary box for it, but okay, so nothing there. Okay, and then for skin disorders, that's what you call integumentary system. What is involved here? So the skin, it protects it. It's the largest organ of the body, and this is the first line of defense against microbes, dehydration, and chemicals around you. There are 3 layers. You have your epidermis, is the top layer, made up of stratified squamous epithelium. And then you have your dermis, which is the most active layer of the skin. It has your blood vessels, the nerve endings, the hair follicle, hair root, sebaceous or oil glands. Your sweat glands are located in the dermis. Hypodermis is the fat, composed of the areolar or the adipose connective tissue, or basically the fat. And just thing to remember in dermis is the erector pili, or the hair erector. This is what causes your hair to stand up. Like if you are cold, you know, you get those goosebumps. That's by the erector pili. The functions of the skin: protection against microbes and dehydration. It regulates your body temperature. It collects sensory information, produces vitamin D, excretion of electrolytes, absorption of fat-soluble substances. So here, which of the following is not a function of the skin? So let's just do true or false. Does the skin collect sensory information? True or false?
True.
True.
Does it protect from microbes?
False.
True.
It's
True.
true. Because if you don't have any covering, then anything can go into your body, right? So the skin is a protective cover. Production of vitamin D,
True.
regulation of body temperature,
True.
absorption of water.
False.
False. The skin does not absorb the water. Which of the following is not found in the dermis? What can you find in the dermis? Can you find the hair root?
No.
You can. Dermis has, remember I told you the hair follicle, the erector pili muscle, sebaceous gland, sweat gland. These are all found in the dermis, including your nerve cells and all those things. Keratin, this is actually in the epidermis. The stratum corneum of the epidermis is anybody?
E.
Stratum corneum. Remember, epidermis is the top part of your skin.
It's A.
Stratum corneum is composed of dead cells. Your pressure receptors, your touch receptors, your oil glands, your sweat glands, your hair follicles, they are in the dermis part, dermis layer. Okay. And then I mentioned this, the function of the erector pili muscle is
E.
Pardon me?
Raises the hair follicle into an upright position.
Yes.
C.
So remember goosebumps. And then for decubitus ulcer, these are pressure ulcers, or what is also called as pressure ulcers or bed sores. Okay. There are 4 stages to this. So the stages really is how deep the ulcer gets to. So stage 1, it's only the first layer, the epidermis. Stage 2, you have your epidermis and your dermis disintegrated. Stage 3, it involves the pink muscle at the bottom of the ulcer. So you have your epidermis, your dermis, hypodermis, which is your fat and muscle involved in stage 3. Stage 4, it involves all the layers down to the bone. So most of the time with stage 4, you can see the bone. Okay. And then for your burns, this is, you have 3 stages. The first degree burn is superficial. It's red. Okay. For the partial thickness or second degree burn, there is partial thickness. The vesicles, or there is fluid, you can see. And then for the third degree this has now necrotic areas. There are dead tissues involved. So,
is there any pain medicine that works for burn victims that have necrotic burns? I was just wondering because, like, if their nerves, I mean, are the nerves fried at that point and they can't feel it? I don't know. I've just heard horrible things about burn treatments and stuff like that. I don't want to specialize in it, but I was just wondering, like,
there should be pain medications that are ordered by the physician. Most likely at this stage, it would be something through the IV. It's also the same as decubitus ulcers, your bed sores. When you're at the point that when you're doing treatments for a stage 3 or a stage 4 ulcer, we in my where I used to work, we would give sometimes IM or IV medications to help alleviate the pain, because it is painful, especially when you start, cleaning the area or putting wound vacs to this area. You need to make the patient pain-free or comfortable.
Well, and do those nerves ever grow back? Like if you burned, or no, it's gone. Like if you're already burned, like stage 3. Sorry, we can do a review. This is personal question. Yeah, I can Google this stuff later.
There are some it's probably same as the burn and then the pressure ulcers. Sometimes when the area is already damaged, the function is already lost in most cases, because it becomes necrotic, it becomes dead. So that portion that has the bed sore or the burn, a lot of times the function is not there anymore.
Got it. Yeah. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. So okay, so that is the just a review. Patient has developed the cube infected with MRSA. The ulcer is narrow but deep, and the white bone can be seen. What stage is this?
D, stage 4.
Okay. Anytime you hear bone, it's stage 4. Okay. And then decubitus ulcer result from anybody?
A.
Okay, prolonged pressure. So when you hear about decubitus ulcers, bed sores, it usually is correlated with pressure areas. So pressure areas, example, are the heel, your heel, your the bone and the ankle, your coccyx area, because especially when a person is in the hospital bed for prolonged periods of time and they're not being turned, that results in pressure, and then it cuts off the circulation, and then you have the ulcers forming. I'm not sure, has any of you have hospital or nursing home experience?
Yes.
Who was that?
Bianca,
yeah. So it's very this is a very big topic, or something that that can be how do you call this? If you develop a pressure ulcer or a bed sore, that's a big how do you call this? It's a big issue for the facilities, because that meaning
they're not turning them enough.
They're not turning the patient enough when they're in bed. Okay, and then of course bed sores. Anytime you have an open area, then that's a source of increased infection. So we really need to prevent it. And the most, or the easiest way to prevent ulcers is turning, the patient. And then superficial burn, such as sunburn, is considered
A,
first degree. Okay. Then the last lecture, then you can have your dinner break. Then we can just do the quiz quiz that we prepared for you. Okay. Okay, I'm missing a few again. I guess they go in and out. So here, sexual versus sexual reproduction. A sexual reproduction, I'm sorry, it's a process that involves the division of cells to produce exact copies of themselves. It does not involve the fusion of gametes, which is your sperm and your egg, and therefore does not contribute to genetic variation. Asexual reproduction is common in some organisms, such as bacteria, plants, but not humans. Okay. Sexual reproduction is the one that involves the gametes, which is the female or your ovum, and then for male, it's the spermatozoa. So just a refresher, DNA, total, you have 46 chromosomes. And all cells of the mother and father have 46. So each person has 46 chromosomes. Cells that have only one set of chromosomes instead of two is called the haploid cells. If they become two sets, then you have diploid. So two diploid. And then which of the following is not true about sex cells? Sex cells, what's not true is, pardon me? D are diploid cells. They are haploid. Okay. Gametogenesis. There you go. There's my other page. Gametogenesis. This refers to the process of creating gametes, which are specialized cells involved in sexual reproduction. So in males, gametogenesis produces the spermatozoa in the testes, and in females, gametogenesis produces the ova or the eggs in the ovaries. Okay. Fertilization. Okay, fertilization. It's the process of combining two haploid cells from two different organisms, resulting in a new diploid cell with two sets of chromosomes called zygote. Fertilization is the process in sexual reproduction where a sperm cell fuses with an egg cell, an ova, to form what we call the zygote. Zygote contains a combination of genetic material from both parents and marks the beginning of the embryonic development. So embryo, the human product of conception, up to approximately the end of the second month of pregnancy. So embryo, it's got first 8 weeks of pregnancy. Then fetus, once all organs are in place, the embryo becomes a fetus. So which of the following process is not a part of gametogenesis? Anybody?
Fertilization?
Yes. Very good. Thank you. The union of two gametes of opposite sexes results in a
Zygote.
zygote.
A.
Yes. Very good. Thank you. Which of the following is not true about an embryo and a fetus?
B.
Okay. So for this, embryo is what fertilized egg becomes as it develops over 2 months. So embryo, remember, is less than 2 months, up to 10 weeks. And everything else is embryo. And then which of the following is not true about a zygote?
It has one set of chromosomes.
Yeah. So it has 2 sets because they're both male and the mother, male and female. Then you have a lot of these diseases you're going to learn in the either med surg or things like that. Just going over what he wants me to. So just hold on. So this one I know, how to call this? You can see the answer to the questions. So just reviewing it, separation of homologous chromosomes during meiosis is segregation. I'm not gonna go through all this, hold on. So sex chromosomes are usually the pair number 23. Okay. Here. So reproductive system, the male and female reproductive system consists of gonads, These are specialized organs that produces the gametes, or what we call the sex cells. And then you have the accessory reproductive organs, the structures that help deliver these sex cells to their destination. They help in fertilization, formation of the fetus. Okay. So ovum, from the ovum, that's for female, and then the spermatozoa, sperm for the male. The male reproductive system, testis is where the spermatozoa are produced. The seminal vesicle, it produces the fructose for fuel. The prostate gland neutralizes the acidity of the female reproductive tract. Your sperm cells produced in the seminiferous tubules, and then it goes to the epididymis, the vas deferens. The vas deferens is the structure in the male reproductive system that carries the sperm from the epididymis to the urethra. Okay. And then secretions are from the seminal vesicle, prostate gland, Cooper's gland, and then the mixture of secretions and sperm cells exit via the urethra. Sorry. Sperm cells are produced in the the seminiferous tubules. The testes are located outside of the body cavity in the where's the testis located?
B, scrotum.
Yes. And then so the sperm goes through the male reproductive tract in this order: the seminiferous tubule, epididymis, vas deferens, and then the urethra. And the fructose for energy and antibacterial enzymes are added to the semen by the seminal vesicle. And the base to neutralize acidity of the female reproductive tract is added by which
prostate gland.
Okay. And then your female reproductive system, you have your ovaries, the fallopian tube, the uterus. The ovaries are the ones that produces the gametes or the eggs, which is called the ovum. The fallopian tube, this is where fertilization occurs initially, and then it travels down to the uterus. And then the uterus is a muscular container organ, so it will contain the fetus when it is fertilized. Here you have so if there's no fertilization that occurs, what happens? There is what we call menstruation. So the menstruation refers to the shedding of the endometrium, which is the inner lining of the uterus, if fertilization does not occur. And then during the menstrual cycle, the endometrium thickens in preparation for the implementation of the fertilized egg. If the fertilization does not occur, hormonal changes lead to the shedding of the lining, resulting in what we call menstrual bleeding. So the innermost lining of the uterus is called, just
A.
Endometrium. And then the superior part of the uterus is called the
C.
fundus. And then when an ovary releases an egg cell, first it goes to the
A.
fallopian tube. And then menses happen when all of the above. Okay. Then looking at my notes. So just here remembering terms, locus, these are for the genes. Locus is the gene position. Alleles are the two locus genes plus traits. Homologous, two locus genes, same traits. Heterologous is different traits. And then homologous are alleles for the same genes at the specific locus or gene position. So here, humans has 23 chromosomal or homologous pairs, 23 from the mother, 23 from the father. Genotype is a list of all alleles present in the offspring that are inherited from both parents. So the genotype, it's also known as a recipe for a certain characteristic. So what makes up the green eye? What makes up the blue eye? The phenotype is the outcome of the genotype, or it's the result of the, the recipe of the genotype. A phenotype, you can see the trait. You can see the color of the eye. You can see the color of the hair. And that's the difference there. Then I don't think this will be in your. So homozygous chromosomes from both female and male, the chromosomes have the same characteristics. For heterozygous, you have the chromosomes from the female and the male, but they have different characteristics. So homo is same, always. Hetero is different. Did you guys try this, the Punnett square?
I don't
If
think
not,
I have that slide.
you don't? In slide 12? This is lecture 12. It's lengthy, but just review it. I don't think, well, I'm not supposed to say, I don't think it's in the exam, but it's good to know to just review it again if you can. What else is in lecture 12?
Yeah, I don't think I have those either.
I think That one will be for Monday, right? Monday the 26th.
Did you finish? Aren't we supposed to do lecture 12 now? I thought
The
up to
Moodle it
lecture
says
11. I'm sorry. Did I jump the gun? Hold on.
But you know what? When I was looking at our notes, lecture 12 came up when I pressed the thing. I think it just might be misnamed. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, because it's under, actually, because lecture
Because
12
it's
has,
Friday. I know what
that
you're
was
talking
last
about.
Friday. Yeah, sexual reproduction.
Is this Friday?
But
Yeah.
you know what? He divided it. Sorry. This genetics is under lecture 13. I'm sorry. Yeah, he divided it again. In my previous class, they were all lumped together, but it was up to your review right now is up to the sexual reproduction and then the reproductive system. So I just went over um, in this lecture slide. So this will be in your lecture 13. So um, he redid the slides. For now, it's 7:02. You can have your dinner break, and then after that, we can just answer some more quiz, multiple choice quizzes, and then we can call it a night. If you have any questions, then we can also go over that. So it's 7. Be back at I'll give you be back at 7:40. Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good dinner. Thank you.
You too. I don't think your audio's on, Professor.
Welcome back, Karina. Do you have enough time to eat?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, Ruby. Mm. Hi, Harleen. Do I have Amanda? Are you back? I think your mic is off.
Oh, yes.
You're back. Okay. And Felicite?
Yes, I'm back.
How do you say your name? I hope I'm not murdering it.
It's Felicity.
Felicity. Okay, thank you very much. I know Harleen is back. Imoni, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. And Alexis?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay. Blanca? Bianca or Blanca?
Bianca,
Bianca.
yeah.
Okay, you're back. Maya, are you in? I don't think so. Okay. So, any questions? Anything that you want to clarify or go over? If not, we can just do some questions and answers that we prepared, but it's not online. So I'll just have to read it. Any questions? Clarification? No? Okay, so let's do the question and answer. I'd like each one to participate if possible, please. Okay. What is the definition of cellular metabolism? A, breakdown of ATPs. B, the sum of all chemical reactions within the cell. C, the conversion of glucose into glycogen. D, the synthesis of protein molecules.
B.
Is it B?
Okay.
B.
B, the sum of all chemical reactions within the cell. Thank you. Number 2, which process uses the chemical energy trapped in food molecules to generate ATP? A, glycolysis. B, Krebs cycle. C, cellular respiration. Or D, energy metabolism.
Cellular respiration.
Do we have any other answer? Another try?
Krebs cycle.
So which process uses the chemical energy trapped in food molecules to get to or to generate ATPs?
The Krebs cycle.
That's the it's actually energy metabolism. So again, energy metabolism, the process that utilizes chemical energy trapped in food molecules to generate ATP. Your energy metabolism occurs through cellular respiration, which occurs in the mitochondria. It involves glycolysis. It involves the whole cycle. So probably the answers are correct, but we're looking at the whole process. So that's energy metabolism. Because in energy metabolism, it involves your glycolysis, your Krebs cycle, your electron transport chain. Okay. 3, which step of nutrient processing involves transferring the nutrients from the GI tract into the bloodstream? Oh, I'm sorry. A, digestion. B, distribution. C, absorption. D, cellular metabolism.
B, distribution.
Okay. Any other answer? So you have 6 nutrient processing steps: ingestion, digestion, absorption, distribution, cell metabolism, and the other one is waste elimination. So which step of the nutrient processing involves transferring the nutrients from the GI tract into the bloodstream?
Absorption.
Absorption. So absorption again is it's the step that involves what we say transferring the nutrients. It occurs primarily in the small intestine, where nutrients like glucose, amino acids, fatty acids, vitamins, and minerals are absorbed by the cells of the intestinal lining. Absorbed nutrients are then transported through the bloodstream to various tissues and organs for utilization, and that's where distribution occurs. Okay. Number 4, which or where does most of the macronutrient absorption occur in the digestive system? A, the stomach, B, the small intestine, C, the liver, the D, esophagus.
The small intestine.
Small intestine.
Small intestine, okay. And again, what is your macronutrient?
Your carbohydrates or your fats, your lipids.
Okay. Yeah. And your micronutrient are your
vitamins and minerals. But which one is absorbed by the small intestine? I thought that it's the macros that are absorbed by the small intestine.
Small intestine is macro.
Okay.
Yeah. Most macronutrient absorption takes place in the small intestine. The small intestine has specialized structures called the villi and microvilli, which increases the surface area for absorption. And then carbohydrates, protein, and fats are broken down into simpler forms and absorbed by the cells in the small intestine. And then 5, which accessory digestive organ produces the bile for lipid digestion and absorption? A, pancreas, B, liver, C, gallbladder, or D, appendix?
B, liver.
Liver, okay, bile, liver. And the liver and the bile is stored where?
Gallbladder.
Gallbladder. 6, what is the role of the large intestine in the digestive system? A, absorption of water and electrolytes. B, digestion of proteins. C, production of the bile. Or D, storage of nutrients.
A.
Absorption of water and electrolytes. 7, which structure in the digestive system stores the feces before elimination through the anus? A, stomach, B, esophagus, C, rectum, D, small intestine.
Rectum.
8, which accessory digestive organ secretes digestive enzymes into the duodenum? A, pancreas, B, stomach, C, liver, D, salivary glands.
Pancreas.
Pancreas, okay. And then 11, which type of fat is composed of 3 fatty acids and a glycerol backbone? A, cholesterol, B, triglycerides, C, phospholipids, D, steroids. Triglycerides. 12, fats are broken down in acetyl-CoA by A, beta-oxygenation, B, fermentation, C, hydrolysis, D, gluconeogenesis.
Beta oxidation.
Okay. Anything, any other? Another try.
What's the question again?
What fats are broken down into acetyl-CoA by beta-oxygenation, fermentation, hydrolysis, or gluconeogenesis?
Gluconeogenesis.
Okay. So here, the fats or fat breakdown. The fats can be broken down into acetyl-CoA through the process of hydrolysis. Hydrolysis involves the breakdown of fats into their constituent components, such as fatty acids and glycerol. Acetyl-CoA is a key molecule in cellular metabolism and serves as an important source of energy. So that one is hydrolysis. What are fatty acids broken down into during beta oxygenation? A, amino acids, B, glucose, C, acetyl groups, D, pyruvate.
C.
Acetyl groups. So 14, in the absence of oxygen, can fats be metabolized? True or false?
False.
False, okay. What is the process of converting amino acids into glucose? A, glycolysis, B, gluconeogenesis, C, beta oxidation, D, deamination.
What was the question?
What is the process of converting amino acids into glucose? Is it glycolysis? Is it gluconeogenesis, beta oxidation, or deamination?
Gluconeogenesis.
Yes. So it's converts amino acids into glucose. It's primarily in the liver. It helps maintain the glucose levels during periods of fasting or carbohydrate restriction. What is ammonia, or where is ammonia converted into urea? A, kidneys, B, liver, C, pancreas, D, spleen.
Liver.
Liver. Okay. And then what happens to ammonia levels in liver failure? A, decrease, B, unchanged, C, increase, D, fluctuate.
C, increase.
Increase. Okay. And the elevated hyperammonious hyperammonemia. What is the initial weight loss due to when following a low carbohydrate, high fat, and protein diet? A, loss of glycogen, B, loss of fat, D, loss of muscle mass, or D, loss of water?
Isn't it water?
A, glycogen.
Glycogen. So the initial weight loss on a low carbohydrate, high fat protein diet is often due to the loss of glycogen. Glycogen is the storage form of glucose in the body and is stored in the liver and muscles. When carbohydrate intake is restricted, the glycogen stores are depleted, leading to a decrease in body weight. And then remember, the glycogen is the one, the 2 pounds, and then the and also 4 pounds of water. So also water, but it's mostly, for this question, it's glycogen. The nervous system consists of the central nervous system, which is also known as CNS, and the peripheral nervous system, or PNS. Which of the following is responsible for transmitting electrical impulses called action potentials? A, neurons, B, hormones, C, enzymes, D, receptors.
Neurons.
Neurons. Which subdivision of the autonomic nervous system promotes the fight or flight response? A, sympathetic, B, parasympathetic, C, somatic, D, sensory.
Sympathetic.
A, sympathetic. Okay, so fight or flight. Para is the rest. 21. Neurons communicate with each other and effector organs using which of the following? A, hormones, B, enzymes, C, neurotransmitters, or D, receptors?
C, neurotransmitters.
C, neurotransmitters. So the way to communicate. Coenzymes are derived from A, proteins, B, carbohydrates, C, lipids, D, vitamins.
Is it D?
Coenzymes are derived from vitamins. Okay. A pH of 7 is considered A, acidic, B, alkaline, C, neutral, D, basic.
Acidic.
pH of 7.
Is it neutral?
Neutral.
Neutral. Okay. What is what are the numbers for acidic? What are the what is the pH usually?
Below 7.
Below 7 to 0. And what is alkaline?
Above 7.
To 14. Okay. Alkaline is also known as base. Which part of the brain is responsible for coordinating voluntary muscle movements and maintaining balance and posture? A. Cerebrum. B. Cerebellum. C. Brainstem. D. Thalamus.
B.
Cerebellum.
B. Cerebellum. The central nervous system consists of A. Brain and spinal cord, B. Brainstem and cerebellum, C. Peripheral nerves and sensory organs, D. Limbic system and cerebral cortex.
Brain and spinal cord.
Brain and spinal cord. The medulla oblongata contains centers for controlling A. Body temperature and hydration, B. Blood pressure and heart rate, C. Sleep-wake cycle and reproduction, D. Auditory reflexes and eye movements.
B.
B. Blood pressure and heart rate. So it has the vasomotor and the respiratory center. Okay, so with that, it also controls your coughing and vomiting. The hypothalamus plays a crucial role in A. Muscle coordination, B. Memory formation, C. Homeostatic control, and D. Sensory perception.
C.
Homeostatic control. Hypothalamus, homeostatic balance. Which part of the brain is responsible for regulating the body temperature, hunger, thirst, hormone secretion? A. Cerebellum, B. Hypothalamus, C. Medulla oblongata, or D. The limbic system?
B.
Hypothalamus. Thank you. Which of the following accurately describes a DNA? A. Collection of proteins divided into chromosomes. B. Double-stranded structure resembling a spiral staircase. C. A single-stranded molecule made up of nucleotides. C. A circular structure found only in prokaryotic cells.
B.
B.
Double-stranded. Which of the following is responsible for waterproofing property of the skin? A. Sebaceous glands, B. Sweat glands, C. Melanocytes, or D. Keratin?
Keratin.
D. Keratin. Which pigment or what pigment is responsible for the color of the skin? A. Hemoglobin, B. Melanin, C. Carotene, or D. Collagen?
B. Melanin.
Melanin. Thank you. Which of the following is not a function of the skin? A. Protection against pathogens, B. Regulation of body temperature, C. Production of red blood cells, and D. Sensory perception?
C.
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 Production of
C. Production of red blood cells. So the skin is not responsible for that. 33. What is the characteristic feature of a first-degree burn? A. Red blistered skin. B. White or charred appearance. C. Painful, dry, no blisters. D. No sensation in the affected area.
C.
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 E.
C.
C. Painful, dry, no blisters. So it's just a first-degree burn. Nothing. It's pain when you get burnt by hot coffee or something. It's painful, but there's no blisters. Then the second degree comes the blisters, and then it starts being red. Which layer of the skin contains blood vessels and nerve endings? A. Epidermis, B. Dermis, C. Subcutaneous tissue, or D. Hypodermis?
The dermis. Oh, blood vessels.
Yeah, blood vessels, nerve endings.
Subcutaneous.
So which layer?
Dermis?
The dermis. Okay.
Okay.
So the epidermis is the top. That's like the covering. The dermis has the blood vessels, your nerve endings, your sweat glands, your oil glands, your hair follicle, the start of the hair follicles, and all those. What is the primary function of the stratum corneum in the epidermis? A, sensory information. B, formation of telomeres. C, insulation and energy storage. D, waterproof barrier protection.
So it's just the stratum corneum is just a layer of dead skin cells, like
Yeah.
sitting
So
on top of everything.
yes, in the epidermis. So it provides what sort of protection?
Well, pathogens can't get in. Was that one of your things?
Yeah. So well, the answer here is the waterproof barrier, because of course it's
Okay.
covering water. It prevents the water. It doesn't collect information or formation of telomeres, because like you said, stratum corneum are dead cells. What is the term for a process of creating gametes? A, fertilization. B, meiosis. C, gametogenesis. Or D, gonadogenesis.
Fertilization.
Anything else? Gametes.
Meiosis.
Gametes, gametogenesis. That's the process of creating gametes. Let me go back. So it's the these are again creating gametes, which are specialized cells. So in sexual production. So for gametogenesis, that's how do you call this? Oh, it's gonna follow. Males, it produces spermatozoa in the testes, and in females, it produces the ova or the eggs in the ovaries. Which specialized organs are responsible for gametogenesis in humans? I just answered that. Ovaries in females and testes in males. Uterus in females or prostate gland in males. Ovaries in males, testes in females, or uterus in males, prostate gland in females.
The ovaries in females and the testes in males.
Yes. Okay. And then the female eggs are known as ova, ovum, and the male is the sperm. What is the result of fertilization in sexual reproduction? A, formation of a zygote. B, production of haploid gametes. C, separation of homologous chromosomes. Or D, creation of new genetic material.
A, formation of zygote.
Zygote, okay. Where does spermatozoa production occur in the male reproductive system? A, seminal vesicles. B, epididymis. C, vas deferens. Or D, seminiferous tubules.
Sorry, what?
Where does the sperm production occur? A, seminal vesicles. B, epididymis. C, vas deferens. Or D, seminiferous tubules.
Seminiferous tubules.
Yes. So that's where the sperm production occurs. Where does fertilization typically occur in the female reproductive system? A, uterus. B, cervix. C, fallopian tubes. Or D, vagina.
C, fallopian tubes.
Fallopian tubes. What is the term for the shedding of endometrium if fertilization does not occur? Ovulation, menstruation, implantation, or fertilization?
Menstruation.
Menstruation.
Menstruation, okay. Which process involves the division of cells to produce exact copies of themselves? A, gametogenesis, B, fertilization, C, asexual reproduction, or D, meiosis?
B, asexual reproduction.
Yes. Which structure in the male reproductive system carries the sperm from the epididymis into the urethra? A, seminal vesicle, B, vas deferens, C, prostate gland, D, bulbourethral gland.
Seminal vesicle.
Structure. That's actually the vas deferens. So that's the one that carries the sperm into the epididymis. Which structure in the male reproductive secretes a fluid that helps to neutralize acidic conditions in the urethra? A, seminal vesicle, B, vas deferens, D, prostate gland, or D, bulbourethral gland?
It's D, the prostate gland.
Yes. And then what is the function of the epididymis in the male reproductive system? A, production of sperm cells, B, secretion of testosterone, C, maturation of sperm cells, or D, secretion of seminal fluid?
C.
Maturation of sperm cells. Okay. Any questions?
So when is the quiz active? When is the quiz active, and then when do we have till?
I think, is it 9 o'clock tonight up to tomorrow before midnight?
Okay.
Do you guys do the quiz right away, or do you wait?
I wait.
They take a day off
Wait.
or the night off and then study and then come at it fresh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know some that just takes it as soon as it opens while it's still fresh in their brain. So however way works for you guys. Anything else? Any questions? No. Amanda, anything? Alexis?
No.
No. Okay. And Harleen? Your mic's off again. Okay. Okay. Well, anyway, if you don't have any questions or you don't have any need any more clarification, I will let you go so you can either study, take the test, or just find time to relax. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Bye. Oh my God, how do I get out of here?
The phone.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I could still hear you. So you didn't say anything bad.
No, I just was like, everyone's leaving, and then I'm just like, I don't see the leave button. Thank you. Good night. Have a
Good night.
blessed
Have
night.
a good night. Okay. Bye-bye.